Hello, everyone, and welcome into this broadcast of Steamers Postseason Baseball. I'm Luke Meli, and as you can see, we are in the middle of a delay, a lightning delay here at Historic Hicks Field, also with rain on the way. So there's a lot that we're expecting. The lightning we're already experiencing, so the players from both teams were out to help get the tarp on the field, get the tires, and anything to hold that tarp down out there. So now we wait. Well, just try and have some patience here at Historic Hicks Field in the semifinal game between the number 2 seed Edenton Steamers and the number 3 seed Greenbrier Knights. This game supposed to start at 7 p.m. We're going to have a delay for now, so I'll be here to keep you all updated, and I'll provide updates in the chat as well. But right now, the game is under a lightning and overall weather delay between the Edenton Steamers and the Greenbrier Knights. Hello, Steamers fans. As you can tell, we are still in the weather delay. We don't have any time updates right now, but there's lightning in the area and some light rain coming down, some more rain on the way. So we're going to keep the tarp out there. The Steamers are back in the locker room. The Knights are in their dugout. So a lot of fans trying to stick it out here tonight, no longer on the metal bleachers, making the smart decision to move to the main grandstand. But for now, we are still in a delay, a lightning and rain delay, really, all the weather coming in at once here on what is supposed to be the PCL semifinal game between the number 2 seed Edenton Steamers and the 3rd seed Greenbrier Knights. And remember, on the other side of the bracket, the number 1 seed Tarboro River Bandits are hosting the 4th seed Virginia Beach Sea Dogs. That game's underway right now, so as soon as we get updates from Tarboro as well, we'll keep you updated with what's going on, because depending on the results here in Edenton and out in Tarboro, that will decide the fate of the game on Saturday, where it is, and who will compete in it. But for now, we are in a lightning and rain delay at historic Hicks Field. Updates are to follow. Hey Steamers fans, welcome back to Historic Hicks Field, where we hope we can play this PCL semifinal game between the number 2 seed Edenton Steamers and the number 3 seed Greenbrier Knights. But right now, as you can see, we are in a weather delay. There's lightning in the area and light rain on the field. We had the tarp out there early, so the rain shouldn't be too much of an issue. It's just about waiting for the lightning to pass. So we're hoping that around 8 o'clock we can get the guys back on the field warming up again. That's not a start time for this game. That's hoping to get everyone on the field again because we've got to take the tarp off and go through everything. But we're hoping around 8 we can start going through that process. But as for now, still lightning, still rain here in the area at the site of what's supposed to be one of the semifinal games in the Premier Collegiate League. Over in Tarboro, the other game is just about underway. Tarboro, the number 1 seed, taking on the number 4 seed Virginia Beach Sea Dogs. When the games conclude tonight, we will know who will play on Saturday and where they will play for the championship game in the Premier Collegiate League. But for now, we're still in a delay, and we're hoping around 8 o'clock we'll have some guys out there to take off the tarp and start warming up again. But as for now, we are still in a delay at Historic Hicks Field. Hello, Steamers fans, and welcome back into this broadcast of Steamers Baseball on the Edenton Steamers YouTube channel. I'm Luke Meli, and the tarp is off the field. We're getting back into the mode of game action. The field's being drug up again. Now the guys are all going to get back on the field, start warming up again. So right now we're aiming for around 8:20 to 8:30 to have our first pitch coming into this game. It's the PCL semifinal game between the number 2 seed Edenton Steamers and the number 3 seed Greenbrier Knights. The winner will move on to Saturday's championship game. Still a lot to be decided on where that game will be and who will be in it. On the other side of the bracket, the number 1 seed Tarboro River Bandits currently hosting the Virginia Beach Sea Dogs. They're tied through 2 innings in Tarboro, and if Tarboro were to win that game, they would host the title game no matter what. If Tarboro lost and the Steamers became the highest remaining seed, they would host Saturday if they went on to win. And now, with this extended delay, we will know the result of the Tarboro game before the Steamers game ends, so we should be able to give you an update on Saturday before the night is over. But as for tonight, we'll give you a little backstory on these teams matching up this season. The Steamers won the season series 4-1 over the Knights. The Steamers won the final 4 matchups. Greenbrier won way back early in the year on June 8th. That was an 8-2 game, and since then the Steamers dominated. They had a couple of 10-plus run victories, and then they had some tight wins. They had a 2-0 win and a 2-1 win. Those are the last 2 matchups between the teams. So we know, although the Steamers have really dominated the Virginia teams in the Premier Collegiate League this season, Greenbrier being one of those teams, Greenbrier usually puts up the best fight. And a 2-seed versus 3-seed matchup, that can always go either way, especially in a 1-game playoff to make it to the championship game. For the Steamers, it'll be Nicky Wolking on the mound, the left-hander from Chowan University. The last time he pitched against these Knights, he threw 8 1/3 without giving up an earned run. And he's still out there right now walking around the dugout trying to stay loose. For the Knights, it'll be Chad Andrazik. He's only pitched 3 times this season, and for the Knights, they had to use 2 of their best pitchers on Tuesday. They played in round 1 of the PCL postseason. They took down the Suffolk Voyagers 11-3. And in that game, they used the pitcher of the year, Andrew Ramos. He threw 88 pitches, so he's unavailable tonight. Their second best pitcher, Henry Swira, went the last 4 innings of that game, and he's unavailable tonight. So they're trying to do it by committee here in Edenton while the Clams are rested up. They had those 2 games with Tarboro that didn't impact the seeding, so the Steamers used a lot of position players to get them through those 2 games. And I think it's just going to be a lot of fun to see some real baseball again. All pitchers on the mound. It's playoff baseball. It all has a ton of meaning. It's going to be a lot of fun as the Steamers are looking to win their first playoff game since 2017. So it'll be a lot of fun. The home crowd is pushed through all the weather delays. There's now fans in all the bleachers right now as we try and get the field ready to go. The players starting to trickle out of the locker room as they just pulled the tarp off. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back. The game, once again, expected to start up again at around 8:20 to 8:30. Hello and welcome back to Historic Hicks Field, fans, where we are just moments away from getting underway for this PCL semifinal game between the Edenton Steamers and the Greenbrier Knights. The Steamers, the 2 seed, and the Knights, the 3 seed. The winner will move on to Saturday's championship game. Still yet to be decided who will be playing on the other side of the bracket. What we do know is over in Tarboro, and the River Bandits 1 seed against the Sea Dogs, the 4th seed. That game is tied 1-1 in the bottom of the 4th, so the Sea Dogs hanging around. And for the importance on the Steamers side is if the Sea Dogs are able to win and the Steamers win, then the Steamers would host Saturday's championship game. But if the River Bandits are to win and the Steamers win, the Steamers will head to Tarboro since they are the 1 seed. So it's worth watching that game, but obviously this game still holds the most importance. The Steamers have to win tonight to even make that Saturday game a possibility. So we're having the umpire meeting, exchanging lineup cards now as we were set to start at 7 p.m. before some lightning was in the area within 10 miles. Then it started to rain. Fortunately, the guys had the tarp out on the field before the rain got here to protect from anything getting worse. So now that the rain has stopped, the guys had to go out and get the tarp off the field. Now the Steamers are just finishing up their warm-up period. The Knights have been ready to go for a while. They've been sitting in their dugout. I don't think many of them went back out to re-warm up. So now after this meeting, we'll have the national anthem, and we will finally have some baseball here in Edenton of the playoff variety as the Steamers look for their first playoff victory since 2017. We'll be right back. It's August in North Carolina, and that means there's some rain, but it also means it's time for playoff baseball in the Premier Collegiate League. Historic Hicks Field is the site of tonight's game, where the Steamers are looking for their first postseason victory since 2017. The Clams are also looking for their first championship game appearance since 2015, when the Steamers won the Pettit Cup in the Coastal Plain League. Hello and welcome into this playoff broadcast of Steamers Baseball. I'm Luke Mcleod. Thank you so much for joining me tonight as the number 2 seed Edenton Steamers are set to get underway against the number 3 seed Greenbrier Knights. We had a weather delay that started before 7 o'clock. We had to get the tarp out here and onto the field, and finally everything is cleared off the field. All the players are warmed up, and we are ready to go here in the playoffs. It's the second round of the PCL postseason, with Greenbrier winning a couple of days ago against the 6-seed Suffolk Voyagers 11-3. The Steamers, this is their first postseason game of 2022, earning a first-round bye thanks to being a top 2 seed in the league. So it's a late start here tonight, but better late than never as the Steamers are ready to go against the Knights. It's Nicky Wolking on the mound for Edenton, and he's had a good season against Greenbrier. He's thrown one game against him, and he pitched into the 9th inning that night, 8 1/3 without allowing an earned run. The Steamers went on to win that game 2-1. So we are just about ready to go here at historic Hicks Field, the site of tonight's game, as Quincy Scipio will lead things off for the Knights. First pitch of the game is a bit low for a ball, and we're underway. For Wolking, this is his 9th start of the season. He leads the team with 49 1/3 innings pitched. That one swung on and missed, 1-1. Wolking leads the team with 44 strikeouts. He comes in with a 4.01 ERA. And the Steamers are 6-2 in the 8 games that Wolking has started in the regular season. That one just misses up high. 2-1 to Scipio. For Scipio, he hit .314 in the regular season, a .426 on-base percentage. Wolking's 2-1 floats up a bit high. 3-1 now the count to Scipio. Scipio out in center field tonight for Greenbrier. It's almost an identical lineup to the one they put out on Tuesday against the Voyagers. He lifts that one up in the infield. Tate Abbott, the first baseman, ranging over. He's under it, and he'll make the catch for out number 1. That'll bring Max Lucas to the plate. And remember, there's a lot more going on in the Premier Collegiate League tonight over in Tarboro. The number 1 seed River Bandits are taking on the number 4 seed Virginia Beach Sea Dogs. We'll keep you updated on that game as the updates come. That game is tied 1-1 in the 4th inning. If the River Bandits win, they'll host the championship on Saturday. If the Sea Dogs win, the winner of this game will host the championship on Saturday. That one just misses to Lucas. 1-0 the count. These teams haven't matched up since July 11th. That was the game that Nicky pitched into the 9th inning. The Steamers won 2-1. As that one's across the outside corner. 1-1 the count. Some Thursday night baseball here at historic Hicks Field. A game that had its latest start time of the season. Still a ton of fans here in attendance. As that one's up high. The Steamers, remember, they made their transition over to the Premier Collegiate League in 2020. That season, they were the top seed and did not win a game in the postseason. Last year, they went 0-2 in the playoffs. That one's a called strike. In 2019 and 2018, Steamers' last couple of years in the Coastal Plain League, they did not make the postseason. So 2017 was the last time they made it in the CPL and won a game. Trying to change that trend here tonight. 2-2 the count to Max Lucas. Swing and a miss. The first strikeout of the game for Nicky Wolking, and it's out number 2 here in the first. It'll bring Luke Waters up to the plate now for Greenbrier, with 2 outs in the opening inning. King's first pitch is lifted high in the air to right field. Moving back is Jackson Hipp. He's under it. And he'll make the catch for out number 3. It's a good start here in Edenton for the Steamers. A 1-2-3 inning for Nicky King on the mound. We'll head to the home half of the first here in Edenton. The Clams coming up to the plate. Hello and welcome back to historic Hicks Field, the site of our Round 2 Premier Collegiate League playoff game between the number 2 seed Edenton Steamers and the number 3 seed Greenbrier Knights. It's the first playoff game for Edenton, getting the first round bye. Once again, the Knights won on Tuesday against the Suffolk Voyagers to advance to round number 2. The 2 and 3 seeds playing here in Edenton. The 1 seed Tarboro hosting the number 4 seed Virginia Beach Sea Dogs right now down at Tarboro Municipal Stadium. So the Greenbrier Knights went down 1-2-3 offensively in their half of the first. Now the Steamers will get their first shot at the plate with Chad Andrzejczyk on the mound for Greenbrier. He's pitched in just 3 games this summer, 9 2/3 innings. He's only allowed 1 earned run in those 9 2/3, just a 0.93 ERA. It'll be Bryce Stevens leading things off for the Steamers. They get their first at-bat of the playoffs. Andrzejczyk's pitch is swung on and chopped foul on the third base side, 0-1. Stevens back in the leadoff spot, and for an unfortunate reason, the man that's been holding that spot, Nate Paulson, went down with an injury in the Steamers' final game of the regular season in Tarboro. He is out for tonight's game, and even if the Steamers were to advance to Saturday, he will be out for that game as well. So unfortunate to hear about the Gieske Gold Award winner, Nate Paulson. The Steamers, it's next man up, and that's what Bryce Stevens is doing right now, back into that leadoff spot. And it's not a spot that Stevens is unaccustomed to. We've seen him have some stretches in that spot this season, had a 5-game stretch where he did it at the beginning of July. That one's up high. 1-2, now to Bryce. The reason Bryce is up there is for his on-base percentage. Bryce Stevens with a .386 on-base percentage this season. And he'll get under that one, lifted high out towards right field. Moving over is the second baseman, and making the catch is Max Lucas from second. And it's out number 1 here in the first. And that'll bring Chase Bruno up to the plate, the man that held that leadoff spot for Edenton for so many games this season. Before Coach Hill said he just wants to get guys on base for Chase Bruno. Chase leads the team with 50 hits in the regular season. For comparison, no other Steamer had 40. Nate Paulson was the second most with 36. So it makes sense that the coaching staff, head coach Justin Hill, wanted to get guys on for Chase Bruno, who's having an unreal season. Bruno hitting .338, a .408 on-base percentage in the regular season. Bruno will take that one for a called strike. 1-1 the count from Andrzejczyk. Now, Chase has hit the Knights well this season. He's hitting .313 in the 5 matchups between the teams. He'll foul that one straight back. 1-2 the count. Speaking of hits for Bruno, he had at least one hit in 32 of 36 games this season. He's actually coming off one of the games where he didn't have a hit. That was against the Tarboro River Bandits. That one's outside. Count will move 2-2. Bruno starting over at shortstop, where he started every game that he's played this season. Started in 36 of the 37 games for Edenton this summer. As that one's outside, 3-2. And the only game he didn't play was a scheduled day off for a bunch of the regular starters. So Chase was a workhorse over there at short this season. The Goodman Glove Award winner for the best defensive player on Edenton in 2022. 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Andrazik gets the strikeout for out number 2. That'll bring up a man you haven't seen on the weekdays a lot, Tanner Thatch. Back with the Steamers here for a Thursday night game. Remember, he's over at UNC Wilmington during the week trying to get ahead on classes. That's where he'll be going to school and playing some baseball next year. But Thatch knows that it's a big game tonight and wanted to be here for his team. He'll slowly dribble the first pitch to the pitcher. Andrazik will pick it up, throw to first in time for out number 3. Both offenses go down 1-2-3 in their half of the first. We'll head to inning number 2 here at Historic Hicks Field. No score. Hello and welcome back to this broadcast of Playoff Baseball here on the Edenton Steamers YouTube channel. I'm Luke Mila, and I've got a guest with me here tonight, here for the second inning, maybe longer, we'll see. But it's Gieske Gold Award winner Nate Paulson, the team MVP. Nate, thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Thanks for having me, Luke.
Nate suffered that injury against Tarboro, but you're still here with the team. How's it feel for you to still be here and support your guys for this final run?
It feels good. I definitely want to have their back, just help them out any way I can. But I think being here just helps them a lot, though.
Of course, it's good to see you here, and Davis Halstead out there in center field for you tonight as Warren Bailey leading things off against Nicky Wolking. The first pitch is outside, 1-0. Both offenses went down 1-2-3 in their half of the first. Each team trying to settle in after the late start, about 85 minutes after we were supposed to start, as that one's fouled back 1-1. Guys have played some close games with this Greenbrier team. You guys have won 15 straight games against the Virginia teams, but I think Greenbrier is the one that's competed the most.
They're definitely the toughest. I think they get out of a lot of tough situations, especially when we have guys on base.
And Bailey will foul that one straight back, 1-2. And I think it's a good matchup to have Nicky out there. He dominated the last time these teams played, went 8 1/3, didn't allow an earned run. You guys went on to win 2-1. So
definitely, and he's amped up right now. He's been ready to roll all day. So
I'm sure it just adds to it, knowing that you were going to start at 7, and then now it starts at 8:25. just going to keep building up the adrenaline even more as the 1-2 pitch is off the plate. 2-2. And we have a score update from Tarboro in the 4th inning. The River Bandits have been stranding runners all over the place. It is 1-1 heading to the 5th inning. The Sea Dogs hanging around.
They are. They must have a good pitcher on the mound or something.
As that one's hit out towards center field, Halstead is under it, and he'll make the catch for out number 1. Yeah, the Sea Dogs are already on their 3rd pitcher in Tarboro,
really?
So they're
probably mixing it up a little bit, trying to do some different stuff.
And remember, the importance of that Tarboro game is if the River Bandits win tonight, they will host the championship game on Saturday. If they lose, the winner of this game will host the championship on Saturday night. Of course, we'd love that to be right here at historic Hicks Field.
That'd be great.
Now that'll bring Bert Hahn up to the plate. The Knights still looking for their first base runner against Nicky Wolking. And he'll line that one over to short on one hop. It's knocked down by Chase Bruno. He can't get a throwaway. And Hahn is aboard with 1 out in the 2nd. It's a tough play over there for Bruno. He's been solid all season, but that one, it was going to be a real tough play.
It was hit hard. He tried to block it up, I think. That's like you said, that's a tough play right there.
So that'll bring.
I've seen him make a lot of plays like that too.
Oh yeah, all the time. The Goodman Glove Award winner, best defensive player on the Steamers, and rightfully so. He's had a tremendous season over there. So now it's an infield hit for the Knights. They've got a man over at first with just 1 out. Tristan Hensley up to the plate for Greenbrier as Wolking moves to the stretch. He'll show bunt and pop it up. Jeremiah Boyd moves over and he'll make the catch for out number 2. That's a big 2nd out. Can you feel the love that Jeremiah Boyd gets from this crowd every time
he... love him. It's great. It's awesome to see. He's definitely a fan favorite. There's no doubt about it.
Definitely some loyal fans as a whole. These people love the team here in Edenton, but Jeremiah is one of those guys that's always going to be beloved for the rest of time.
Oh, absolutely.
So now it's Corbin Mcleod at the plate. He's catching tonight for Greenbrier. He's got a man over at first and 2 outs. It's up high, 1-0 the count. Nicky Wolking had a 1-2-3 first inning, so he's working efficiently here. He's still under 20 pitches so far tonight. The 1-0 to Mcleod is right up against him. It gets by Jeremiah Boyd, and that'll allow Hahn to move into scoring position with 2 outs. So we'll see if Wolking can lock in against Corbin Mcleod here, who was initially slated to be the designated hitter tonight for Greenbrier, but now he's moved into the catcher spot. Mcleod hitting .185 this season through 9 games for the Knights. There's a lot of threatening bats in this lineup. They've only scored 1 run combined over the last 2 games against the Steamers, but they can always heat up.
That's right. Anybody can, really.
Mm-hmm. These are all guys at the college level. Can't take anyone lightly.
That's right.
2-0 pitch. He'll lay off. It's down low. 3-0 the count. Mcleod is 7th in this Greenbrier order, the 4th hitter that Wolking has faced here in the inning. As the Steamers look to win their first playoff game in 5 years. The 3-0. Swing and a miss. He had the green light, and he swings and misses. 3-1 the count. Guess in the playoffs, anything goes at this point.
That's right. I mean, you're trying to get this, especially with that runner on second. That's probably the best pitch he's going to see all at bat. So, I mean, I like the green light right there.
3-1 the count. Wolking takes a peek back. His pitch is lined fouled on the third base line, and the count will fill up 3-2. Nicky working back into this at bat. Once again for Nicky, a 4.01 ERA, leads the team with now over 50 innings this season. 44 strikeouts also leads the team, and the Steamers were 6-2 in the 8 games he started this regular season. So certainly the guy you'd want out there for your first playoff game.
Absolutely.
3-2 the count to Mcleod as Wolking takes a long stare in. He's ready to go. The 3-2. Call! called strike 3. McLeod tossed the bat aside. It was called third strike. It's the second strikeout of the game for Woking. And we'll head to the home half of the second here in Edenton, still scoreless. Hello and welcome back to this broadcast of playoff Steamer baseball at historic Hicks Field. Still scoreless as we're set to begin the bottom half of the second. And a reminder, just watching the scoreboard, Tarboro trailing the Virginia Beach Sea Dogs 2-1 in the 6th inning. But still a lot to take care of here in Edenton. Once again, I'm Luke Meli alongside Nate Paulson as the Steamers up to the plate for the second time tonight. Jeremiah Boyd steps into the box. He'll take up high, 1-0. Jeremiah's hit the Knights well this season. 4 for 11, a few RBIs, a couple of doubles. He'll take that one on the inside corner, 1-1. But Nate, he's been hitting really well all over the place against everybody lately.
These past couple of weeks, he's really turned it on. He's looking real good. See if he can keep it up right here.
He'll take that one inside, 2-1 the count.
This pitcher's a little funky.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of a weird arm slot, throwing decent speed, and got a little decent breaking ball to go with it, but I think the guys will get on him here soon.
And we'll see if it runs in the family. His brother, Kyle Andrazik, is supposed to come in relief tonight. So,
oh, well, there we go.
As Boyd will fight that one off the other way into right field for a base hit. The first hit of the night for the Steamers, and they've got a man at first with nobody out. I feel like that's what he tries to do in batting practice all the time, try and work on that.
He's really focused on that backslide, and I love it. He really works those hands opposite field, and worked out for him right there.
A guy that can hit with so much power to his pull side, he can still mix it in.
That's what I'm saying. Very good hitter.
Tate Abbott up at the plate now for the Steamers, over at first base tonight and hitting 5th. As Andrazik moves to the stretch for the first time. And Abbott will take that one for a called strike, 0-1. It was a good regular season for Tate Abbott. Through 31 games, he hit .270, a .357 on-base percentage, knocked in 16 runs for the Steamers. The 0-1 he'll take inside. Nice stop there by McLeod, and count evens up 1-1. Tate was heating up at the end of the season as well. Hits in 6 of his last 8 games. One Abbott swings and misses, and the count's 1-2. And it's good to see a lot of these guys heating up, and those were games that really didn't have too much meeting for the seedings. The seedings were locked up over a week ago, and we still had about 4 games to go. But
yeah, like you said, I think it's a good time to get hot right now.
going into the postseason. A maximum of just 2 playoff games. This game would put the winner into the championship on Saturday. The 1-2 to Abbott. Swinging a high drive fouled on the right field line, and the count will remain 1-2.
That was a good swing. I bet he won't throw that one again.
Man.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to throw that one again.
Man, when Tate gets one he likes, he can send it a long way out to right field.
You've seen him do it a few times.
Mm-hmm. Tate had 4 home runs this season, a multi-home run game here back on July 2nd. So line that one down the line. This one's a fair ball. It'll get into right field for a hit. Jeremiah's rounding second. He'll head for third. And he's going to be in there sliding. The Steamers have runners at the corners. Nobody out here in the second. Good piece of hitting by the 4 and 5 hitters in the Steamers order.
That was great right there. Great 2-strike approach from Tate. I like that. Blowing in right there, and he was able to take it that way.
Able to pull it right down the line, this time keeping it in fair territory, and that'll bring Jackson Hip up to the plate. Chance to do a lot of damage here early with runners at the corners and nobody out. Andrzejcik's first pitch. Hip will slowly chop it right back to Andrzejcik. Boyd will hold. The throw goes to first, so Abbott will move to second. So he does move the 1 runner over. The Steamers now have 2 in scoring position, but 1 out in the inning.
Yeah, I think he just missed that one a little bit early on it.
Sounded like it broke his bat, too.
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, the kids are over there looking for it right now.
They know you guys aren't going to use it anymore.
No, they're like, can we get the bat every time? They're like asking us to break the bat when you get a hit. I'm like, all right, man.
Hunter Cole at the plate. 2 in scoring position for the Steamers. Cole will take that one inside. 1-0 the count. Now, in what was a pretty miserable game, to say the least, in the Steamers' last game, a 17-4 loss, Hunter Cole had a good night at a 2-run home run. Trying to carry that over here tonight.
Hunter's another one. I think he's getting hot, too. He's seeing the ball very well right now, especially against righties. So, 2-0 right here. I'm hoping he gets a good one to swing at.
He's got a good matchup with Andrzejcik. The corners are in for the Greenbrier defense. The count's 2-0 to Hunter Cole. Andrzejcik from the windup. Cole takes that one for a called strike, 2-1. Now, Hunter, you're right. He is hitting a lot better, especially as of late. He's heating up. Over the last 5 games, he raised his average from 194 to 267.
Wow.
And he'll line that one out towards right field, moving in, and it drops in for a base hit in front of Hahn. Throw comes home, and it's not in time. It's an RBI single for Hunter Cole, and the Steamers take a 1-0 lead. And they still have runners at the corners with 1 out.
That was a great swing right there again.
Man, it looked like Hahn might have had a shot at it, but he didn't
catch it. He just kind of like pulled up on it almost. Yeah.
Yeah, the nerves of letting a ball go by you in a playoff game, I think that might have fueled into it.
Probably a good play right there with Gallon second, too. Don't want to let both those runs score.
Still almost got the ball in before Jeremiah came home because it looked like it was going to be a catch.
He's not the quickest, but I mean, hey, that works. It plays.
Davis Halstead at the plate for the Steamers. He'll take outside, 1-0. So it's Tate Abbott over at third. He's singled, and Hunter Cole over at first. He also singled. 3 hits overall in the inning for Edenton. And an early 1-0 lead for the Steamers. Halstead out in center field tonight, starting for Nate Paulson, who's sitting with me tonight. 1-0's inside. Halstead avoids it. 2-0 the count. Did you see Andrzejcik just catch that ball barehanded on the throwback?
Probably a little anger right now, I had to say. Another 2-0 count.
We'll see if he gets one to hit here. 2-0, Andrzejcik back to the stretch. He'll swing and chop it over to third. Moving in is Waters, and he's going to get Tate Abbott off the bag for out number 2. A good play from Waters as Abbott got caught on a bit of no man's land. It's a tough play there. It's a little indecisiveness, but it came right to the guy at your base. You're not going to come home, but you had the lead, so you're already off the base.
Exactly. He got that secondary, and it was hit just hard enough to where he couldn't really get back and go at the same time. So that's definitely tough right there. I've been in that spot before, so I get it.
That's a big second out for the Knights. But now coming up for the Steamers is Alden Cottle, and I think this is a pretty good guy to have in your 9-hole in the playoffs.
I thought he'd be batting a little higher, to be honest, but especially like you said, everybody's getting hot. And
he'll send that one high out to right center field. Scipio moving back. He's under it in the gap, and he'll make the catch for out number 3. So the Steamers do take the lead here in the second thanks to an RBI single from Hunter Cole. We'll head to the third at historic Hicks Field with Edenton out ahead by 1. The new 2022 Steamers merchandise is here. There are plenty of ways for you to pick up your Steamers gear. You can visit EdentonSteamers.com and place an order. Stop by Sound Feet Shoes of Edenton or head to the merchandise trailer located behind the first base dugout at historic Hicks Field. You can also pick up some of the brand new Chowan County Cantaloupes gear, but only at historic Hicks Field. Thank you for your support and repping your Steamers gear. Hello and welcome back to historic Hicks Field, where the Steamers are out ahead of the Greenbrier Knights 1-0 as we're set to begin inning number 3. Nicky Wolking still on the mound for Edenton, and for the Knights it's 8-9-1 in their order coming up to the plate. And I'm Luke Meli alongside Nate Paulson here for the top of the third, the second round of the PCL playoffs being played here in Edenton. Dylan Bowen up at the plate for Greenbrier. He'll take a called strike, 0-1 the count. That one misses for a ball. 1-1. Wolking's ready, the 1-1. Swung it, got inside on Bowen. He'll foul it off, 1-2. For Bowen, he hit 167 in the regular season through 15 games for the Knights. Remember, they played just 20 games compared to the Steamers' 37. A lot of these teams in the PCL having differing games and the Steamers leading the way.
Played Tarboro a bunch, though.
13 games against the River Bandits this season. Swing and a miss. Jeremiah Boyd is to pick it up to finish off the strikeout, and he will for out number 1. That's the third strikeout of the game for Nicky Wolking, and out number 1 here in the third. And he's picked up right where he left off last time against the Knights.
Yep. Like I said, he's amped up, so I'm sure he's got his best stuff today.
It's always got to be a good feeling when you get the ball to start the playoffs. That's like your team trusts you to go and be the guy to set the tone.
Yep, that's absolutely right.
Dominic Proctor at the plate now for the Knights with 1 out in the inning. That one's outside, 1-0. Proctor hitting .351 this season, a .444 on-base percentage. Maybe a bit like Alden Cottle, a guy that hits very well sitting here in the 9th spot. Trying to set the table for those guys at the top of the order. That one just misses, 2-0.
Yeah, I thought I was there. I guess that's why I'm not the umpire. I thought it was there. Yeah.
Wolking from the windup. Here comes the 2-0. Swung on, he popped it up, foul behind the plate, and it'll drift out of play. 2-1 the count. Only one runner has reached against Nicky Wolking in this game. It was an infield hit from Bert Hahn. So the Knights still yet to hit anything hard against Nicky here through the first few innings. Wolking's 2-1. Outside, 3-1 the count. For Nicky, the pitch count still pretty low. He's just above 30 pitches now on the night. He's got the ability to go deep into ball games. It's the 3-1. Swung on, hit high out towards left center field. Moving back is Halstead into the gap on the run, and he'll make the catch. Davis Halstead, very familiar with this field, played center field here in high school, and he makes the play for out number 2.
Yeah, he tracked a long way for that one. I like to see that right there.
That's a big play.
That was a great play right there because he hit that ball well. I think Davis got a great jump on it. Saw it all the way in.
That's the deepest part of the park out there at 365.
Right. I'm sure he had Hunter talking to him. Hunter's real good out there too. He's always letting you know where the wall is and everything.
That's what I've heard, that Hunter's a real good communicator out there. He went out and played center field in Tarboro when you had to leave the game. So figured he has to be a guy you can trust out there if you're going to put him in center in that type of game.
Yeah, definitely. He's very, very good out there. I really like him out there.
So we're back to the top of the order for the Knights with 2 outs here in the third. Quincy Scipio's up to the plate. He's out in center field for Greenbrier in this game. As Wolking's 1-0. Floats a bit up, 2-0. Scipio flew out in his only at bat in this game to lead off the night. The 2-0 to Scipio is popped up, foul territory. That'll drift out of play, 2-1. And in between innings, we got another score update from Tarboro. The Virginia Beach Sea Dogs lead 3-1 over the Tarboro River Bandits. And remember, that game has a lot of meaning. The winner of this game could host the championship on Saturday if the Sea Dogs are able to upset the Tarboro River Bandits. The 2-1 that's lined out into left center field. That's going to drop for a hit. Cole's going to cut it off. And it's a 2-out single for Quincy Scipio. That's the second hit of the night for Greenbrier. It's the first hit to the outfield for the Knights tonight.
Right, that's right. He had put a good swing on that one. I don't think Nicky put it where he wanted it to, so 2 outs. And
he's had a couple of tough calls in this inning.
That's right. I think the umpire obviously knows what he's doing. I think he's missed a few though.
So that'll bring Max Lucas to the plate. He hits that one high in the air to deep right field, moving back his hip to the wall, and he puts it up and makes the catch with his back against the fence. And I think Lucas thought he got it. He raised his hand in the air, but Jackson Hip makes the catch to end the inning.
A little karma right there.
Woo, we'll head to the bottom half of the third here in Edenton. The Steamers holding on to a 1-0 lead. Hello and welcome back into this broadcast of Steamers postseason baseball at historic Hicks Field. The Steamers out ahead of the Greenbrier Knights 1-0 as we're set to begin the bottom half of the third. Back to the top of the order for Edenton with Chad Andrzejczyk still on the mound for Greenbrier. Bryce Stevens at the plate. He'll foul the first pitch straight back, 0-1. Now, Nate, how you feeling? Second time through the order, seeing Andrzejczyk again. You said he's got a funky motion, but now second time through.
I think the guys are going to see it a little bit better this time. They know it's going to be coming. Seen most of his pitches already, so I think that's an advantage to us. I think especially when we go through struggling one time, we come back the second time, we hit really well. So I hope they can do it this time.
So it's Bryce Stevens at the plate, 1-1 the count. He led off for the Steamers, popped out, and is only at bat tonight against Andrzejczyk. He'll send that one the other way into right field. It'll drop in front of Hahn for a base hit. That's the fourth hit of the game for Edenton, and the leadoff man is aboard for the second straight inning. That'll bring Chase Bruno up to the plate with nobody out, and Stevens over at first. Bruno struck out and is only at bat against Andrzejczyk. I was back in the first. Steamers got a bit going in the second inning. 3 hits, including an RBI single from Hunter Cole. Had runners at the corners with 1 out, unable to bring another home, but we're able to take the lead, and that's what's most important in these games. Houston Wright in the chats, and some kind words for the guys. It's been a long season trying to pay it off the right way. As Bruno takes that one on the shoulder, and it's going to put runners at first and second with nobody out.
Probably didn't feel good, but that is better. I like it, though. We got runners on first and second now. Tanner up. Think he could go right here. What are you thinking?
This is this is a big part of the lineup with Thatch and then Jeremiah right up next, man.
Back to back.
You have to have a mound meeting for this with McLeod out there to talk to Andrzejczyk.
We got a little thing called a yard card. So you get 1 yard card a game, and you put it on one player anytime you want, and you get to call whether you think they're going to hit a home run or not. So I'm going to be putting mine out here right now.
All right, Nate's yard card is on Tanner Thatch. Tanner led the team in home runs for most of the year. He was eventually passed by the man that's on deck, Jeremiah Boyd. Tanner with 6 home runs this season. He'll take that one inside, 1-0. So, Tanner, I already mentioned that we could only play on the weekends because he was up at school during the week.
Yep.
And so he only played in 5 games this month, and he still leads the team with 24 RBIs.
There's not much you could say. He's just a great player. I mean, when he's there, he's competing.
He'll swing and foul that one over into the Knights' dugout, 1-1 the count. I think he thought he got one he liked there. With down and in, trying to.
That's a little bit of his spot right there.
Thatch grounded out back to Andrzejczyk, his only time up tonight. He's got 2 men on, nobody out here in the third. The 1-1. Thatch grounds it foul down the first base side, 1-2. It's Bryce Stevens down at second. He singled, and Chase Bruno over at first. He was hit by a pitch. Tanner Thatch trying to keep the line moving here in the third for the Steamers, already out ahead 1-0. The 1-2 from Andrzejczyk. Thatch grounds it through the hole on the right side for a base hit. They're going to send Stevens around. Here's the throw from Hahn to the plate. It is not in time. It's an RBI single for Tanner Thatch, and he puts the Steamers ahead by 2. It's 2-0 Edenton, and still runners at the corners, nobody out.
Wasn't a home run, but I'll take that.
Every time. He'll take it every time. Still nobody out in the inning, and Jeremiah Boyd up to the plate for the Steamers.
You got the meat of the lineup here, man. See what he can do with it. We're missing our bat boy today.
I was going to say, Jeremiah had to travel all the way over there to get the bat.
Chesson was supposed to be here, but didn't end up coming, so.
He came on the road with us.
He did, the Tarboro.
The last game. First time we've had a road bad boy this season.
I love that, though. That was awesome.
Now, I asked him, I said, if there's a game on Saturday and it happens to be in Tarboro, are you going to come with us? And he said, oh, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
He's ready. That's what the team needs. So 2-0 Steamers. Runners at the corners. Nobody out for Jeremiah Boyd, and he'll take that one for a called strike, 0-1. Jeremiah's 1 for 1 in this game. He singled, eventually came around to score on the RBI hit from Hunter Cole. The 0-1 outside, 1-1. The Knights with some throwing going on in their bullpen. Not sure how long the leash is for Andrazik. He's only pitched 9 total innings this season through 3 different appearances. One of those was a start. Has not pitched against the Steamers this season. 1-1, Boyd grounds it towards the middle, could be 2. It's smothered by Lucas. He flips to second for 1. Throw to first is in time for a double play. And the Steamers do get a run home. You'll trade that. The Steamers now lead it 3-0 on the double play from Jeremiah Boyd. Not often you see an RBI double play.
I thought he was going to beat it out, too, when the second baseman kind of bobbled it a little bit right there, but he was able to get him. He hit it pretty hard, though.
I know. He hit it right at him,
too.
too.
Hit it pretty hard.
You mentioned Jeremiah's not the fastest guy in the world. He did score the first run of the game.
Right, he did. He's got enough speed.
And at the least, he did get another run home. So it's 3-0 as that one's outside. Tate Abbott up to the plate now for the Steamers. It's a 3-2 game in Tarboro. The Sea Dogs leading the Tarboro River Bandits. They're on the bottom of the 6th in Tarboro. As Abbott lifts that one high out to center field. Moving back is Scipio. He's under it, and he'll make the catch. But the Steamers add 2 more here in the 3rd. An RBI single from Tanner Thatch, another RBI from Jeremiah Boyd. That's going to do it for Nate Paulson tonight. Nate, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me, Luke. I appreciate it.
We're going to head to the top half of the 4th here at historic Hicks Field with the Steamers ahead by 3. The Steamers are proud to announce that Venture Tours is the official travel partner of the team for the 2022 season. Venture Tours is a family-owned business specializing in motor coach transportation. The owners have been in the motor coach industry for more than 40 years. A mixture of hard work and family legacy helped to create Venture Tours, one of the most successful motor coach companies in Hampton Roads, coastal Virginia. If you're interested in traveling with Venture Tours, give them a call at 757-494-1480 or visit venturebustours.com. Hello and welcome back to historic Hicks Field, where the Steamers are out ahead 3-0 over the Greenbrier Knights. This is the semifinal game in the Premier Collegiate League. The Steamers, the number 2 seed, the Knights, the number 3 seed. The winner will move on to Saturday's championship game. And we've got another score update from Tarboro now, but Steamers fans want to hear. It's a 5-3 River Bandits lead after 6 innings. And remember, if the River Bandits win, they will automatically host the championship game on Saturday. If the River Bandits were to get upset by the Virginia Beach Sea Dogs, the winner of this game would host the championship. So the Steamers trying to play 2 games at once here, hoping that they can get the win over the Knights and also hoping that the River Bandits fall to Virginia Beach. The Steamers just played in Tarboro the other night, fell to end the regular season. It'll be 3, 4, and 5 due up in the Knights' order against Nicky Wolking on the mound for Edenton, as that one's down low, 1-0. It's been a good start for Nicky Wolking. He's thrown 3 scoreless innings, allowed a couple of hits, and struck out 3. Waters lines that one right at Chase Bruno at short for out number 1. Now, the Knights have hit some balls hard over the last couple of innings, but the Steamers have played well defensively on them. Davis Halstead made a nice play out in center field for a big out in the last inning. And remember, he's starting out there for Nate Paulson. Nate unfortunately got injured in the final game of the regular season in Tarboro, but he's still here to support his guys. Didn't want to leave before the playoffs end. He knew how much this team meant to him this season and how much his support means to the guys. And I do want to mention that it wouldn't have been uncommon if Nate left. A lot of guys have left this season, but Nate sticking it out even though he knows he can't play. As Warren Bailey up to the plate now for the Knights. He's quickly behind 0-2. Bailey hitting cleanup and the designated hitter tonight for Greenbrier. He flew out his only at bat. Now, Bailey was initially slated to be the catcher tonight for Greenbrier, but one of the better hitters in this Knights lineup. He eventually was just switched to strictly the DH, and Corbin Mcleod took over the catching duties. That one's up high. Bailey hitting .319 this season, a .351 on-base percentage through 19 games for Greenbrier. They played 20, so he almost played in every game. And when you got a guy hitting that well, sometimes you just want him to focus on hitting with a game of this magnitude. As he'll lift that one high over to shortstop. Chase Bruno's under it, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. Quick 2 outs here in the 4th, and that'll bring Bert Hahn up to the plate. Now remember, Nicky Wolking, his best start of the season came against these Greenbrier Knights. He threw 8 1/3 back on July 11th, allowed 6 hits, struck out 5. 1 run came across. It was unearned. The Steamers got the 2-1 win that night. The first pitch is swung on and missed by Hahn, 0-1. Hahn has one of 2 Greenbrier hits in this game, had an infield hit back in the 2nd inning. The 0-1 from Wolking's outside, 1-1. For the Knights, runs have been hard to come by, including that start by Wolking. They've scored just 1 run over their last 2 games against the Steamers. That one's lined on the ground towards the middle. Chase Bruno's got it. His throw to first is in time for the final out. Chase Bruno makes all 3 outs here in the 4th. We'll head to the home half of inning number 4. The Steamers holding a 3-run lead. Hello and welcome back to historic Hicks Field, where the Steamers are out ahead of the Greenbrier Knights 3-0 in this semifinal playoff game in the Premier Collegiate League. It'll be 6, 7, and 8 in the Steamers' order due up. It's Jackson Hipp leading off. He'll check his swing and go around. 0-1 the count. Chad Andrzejczyk still on the mound for the Knights into his 4th inning of work. As that one misses, 1-1. Jackson grounded out on his only at bat tonight for Edenton. He'll swing and miss at that one. 1-2 the count. It's a good season for Jackson Hipp. Had a real good July. Had a 9-game hitting streak in the middle of the month. We're going to pick things back up here tonight. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. McLeod will pick it up. He's got to finish it off with a throw to first, and he does for out number 1. It's the 2nd strikeout of the game for Andrzejczyk, and that'll bring Hunter Cole up to the plate. Cole with one of the 5 Steamer hits tonight. Had an RBI single back in the 2nd to put Edenton ahead 1-0. And that one's inside on Cole. 1-0 the count. So far both starters have been solid tonight. Andrzejczyk is now up to 47 pitches. Nicky Wolking has thrown 47 pitches in this game. Cole will foul that one straight back, and the count will even up 1-1. Again, Hunter Cole was heating up as the season ended. In the final 5 games, he raised his batting average from 194 to 267. Went 10 for his last 18 to end the season, as that one's outside, 2-1. He continued that solid hitting in the Steamers' last game of the regular season. Went 3 for 4 against Tarboro, including a 2-run home run. The 1-1. Cole leaves it outside, 3-1. Cole was last season's Gieske Gold Award winner for the team MVP in 2021. Came back for another year in Edenton, and he'll take down low, ball 4. He's reached both times tonight. In the biggest game of the season, Hunter Cole walked. It's the first walk issued by Andrzejczyk tonight. That'll bring Davis Halstead up to the plate with 1 out in the inning, as we're going to have a meeting out at the mound. Head coach for the Knights, Chuck Slaughter, out to talk with Andrzejczyk. There's been some throwing going on in the Greenbrier bullpen. We'll see if Slaughter's ready to pull the trigger. The whole infield out there to meet, and it was a quick talk for Slaughter. He's walking right back off. So Andrzejczyk's going to stay out there with 1 out in the inning. It's Davis Halstead at the plate. Davis starting in center field tonight for the injured Nate Paulson. Once again, still with the team, but unable to play in tonight's game. And if the Steamers advance to Saturday, he'll be unavailable for the championship as well. But still out here supporting his team. And Davis Halstead, it works out for him. He's playing the position at the field he played at for 4 years in high school. Was right here with the Edenton Aces at John A. Holmes High School. One of 2 guys that just graduated high school this past spring on the Steamers. It's Davis Halstead and Tanner Thatch. Halstead heading to the University of Mount Olive, and Thatch heading to UNC Wilmington. That one's down low. Andrzejczyk falls on the pitch, and it's going to be a balk. They're going to award Hunter Cole second base. Well, that's unfortunate if you're Andrzejczyk, but that'll get called every time. So now Hunter Cole's in scoring position with 1 out. Davis Halstead at the plate. He hit into a fielder's choice his last time up. That one's outside. 1-1 the count. Remember, Andrzejczyk only threw 9 total innings this season across 3 different games. The Knights used their top 2 pitchers on Tuesday to take down the Suffolk Voyagers, the 6th seed in the PCL. So the 1-1 is taken inside, 2-1. The pitcher of the year in the Premier Collegiate League on the Greenbrier Knights, Andrew Ramos, threw 88 pitches on Tuesday, so he's unavailable. And the number 2, Henry Swira, through the final 4 innings of that game. He's not here in Edenton tonight, so he's unavailable. So Andrzejczyk stepping in to start the second playoff game for Greenbrier. Halstead takes it outside, 3-1. Halstead, in limited at-bats this season, hit very well. He hit .381 with a .435 on-base percentage. That was in just 42 at-bats through 21 regular season games. The 2-1. That one's on the outside corner. Pardon me, it was the 3-1, and that'll fill the count up, 3-2. Had a couple of disagreements from the home crowd here tonight already. Nate Paulson here in the booth realized that you get a much better view from up here and didn't quite agree with everything. 3-2 the count to Davis Halstead. Andrzejczyk's pitch. Swung on, chopped over to second. Lucas bobbles it. He keeps bobbling it, and Halstead's safe. Wow, that one was right at Max Lucas. Couldn't tell if he got a bad bounce or he just misplayed it. Nonetheless, Halstead is into first. Cole will advance to third. The Steamers have runners at the corners with 1 out. That's the first error of the game for the Knights, and that might do it for Andrzejczyk on the mound. We'll have our first pitching change of the night here in Edenton. It's the PCL playoffs. The Steamers out ahead by 3. Hello and welcome back to this playoff broadcast of Edenton Steamers baseball. The Clams are playing in the semifinal game in the Premier Collegiate League. They've got runners at the corners with 1 out here in the 4th. As the Greenbrier Knights have made a pitching change here, the first of the game for either side. It's Kellen Davis coming into the game for the Knights. Davis has thrown in 5 games this season, 15 innings, a 4.20 ERA. And he'll come in to face Alden Cottle. who has runners at the corners, just one out. The Steamers scored one in the second, two more in the third, looking to add on to their lead in the fourth. A PCL championship game berth on the line as Cottle takes that one, 1-0 the count. It's Hunter Cole over at third who walked, and Davis Halstead at first who reached on an error. As the night ended for Chad Andrazik on that error, as Cottle will take that one up high, 2-0. Andrazik's final line, he threw 3 and a third, allowed 5 hits, walked 1, allowed 3 runs, but he is responsible for the runners at first and third. The 2-0 to Cottle, he'll foul that one straight back, 2-1. We have another score update from Tarboro. It is now 5-4, the River Bandits lead. The Sea Dogs have chipped back away at a 5-3 deficit. And remember, that game holds importance. If Tarboro wins, they'll host the championship game on Saturday. And if the Sea Dogs win, the winner of this game will host the championship on Saturday night at 7 p.m. The pitch from Davis, fouled away by Cottle again. 2-2 the count. So the Steamers, obviously a lot on their plate tonight in terms of the game they have to play, but they're also scoreboard watching. The Steamers, the number 2 seed in the Premier Collegiate League this season. The Knights, the 3 seed. Tarboro's the 1 seed. That's why if they win, they'll host no matter what. 2-2 the count to Alden Cottle. He flew out and is only at bat tonight, and he'll call for time. He's the first batter that Kellen Davis has had to face in this game. Davis is ready. The 2-2. Cottle sends that one high in the air out to center field. Scipio running in. He'll make the catch. Here's the throw to the plate. Cole's on his way home. The throw is not in time. And Halstead will tag from first and slide into second safely. It's a sac fly for Alden Cottle, and the Steamers now lead it 4-0. Cottle, the 4th different Steamer to knock in a run tonight. He's knocked one in. Hunter Cole had an RBI single. Jeremiah Boyd grounded a ball over to second that brought home a run. And Tanner Thatch has an RBI single. So 4-0 Steamers. They've scored in 3 consecutive innings. Halstead moved to second on the fly ball. As we're back to the top of the order for Edenton, Bryce Stevens up at the plate. Stevens is 1 for 2 in this game. He singled in his last at bat, eventually came around to score on the single from Tanner Thatch. He'll send that one the opposite way down the right field line. Moving over is Hahn, and he'll make the running catch for the final out here in the 4th. The Steamers do bring another home thanks to a sac fly from Alden Cottle. We'll head to the 5th here in Edenton with the Steamers ahead by 4. Venture Tours is excited to announce the return of their Atlantic City Casino Day trips. You don't have to break your piggy bank to visit Atlantic City for the day. Tickets are $85 and you must be 21 years or older to participate. The trip includes $35 in free slot play at Resorts Casino. These Saturday trips offer exciting escorted trips where you can ride in comfort and luxury. If you're interested in traveling with Venture Tours, give them a call at 757-494-1480 or visit VentureBusTours.com. Venture Tours is the official travel partner of the Steamers for the 2022 season. Hello and welcome back to this broadcast of PCL postseason baseball, where the Steamers are out ahead of the Greenbrier Knights 4-0 in this semifinal game here at historic Hicks Field. Nicky Wolking still on the mound for the Steamers. He's been marvelous tonight, as he'll face the 6, 7, 8 hitters in the Greenbrier lineup. It'll be Tristan Hensley leading things off for the Knights. Wolking's first pitch is swung on and fouled away by Hensley, 0-1. Now, when the Knights played at War Memorial against the Suffolk Voyagers on Tuesday and won that game 11-3, they've trotted out almost the exact same lineup as that night. The only switch was Blake Herman, who was starting out in left field, not with the team tonight. So Tristan Hensley is into that spot. Batting 6, playing in left field, so that's the only change. I guess head coach Chuck Slaughter for the Knights saw something that worked, and he's trying to go right back to it against a team that it's the Steamers that won 4 of the 5 matchups between these two this season, as that one's inside, 2-1. The Steamers dropped the first matchup between these teams all the way back at the beginning of July, or the beginning of June, pardon me. That was back on June 8th, an 8-2 Greenbrier Knights win. Since then, the Steamers have won the last 4 matchups heading into the playoffs. Wolking's 2-1. Off speed, a bit up, 3-1 the count. Wolking's allowed just 2 hits through 4 innings. He's up over 50 pitches now. So that one swung and fouled straight down, 3-2 the count. Hensley popped out his only time up tonight. Trying to start something for a Greenbrier offense that has just 2 hits. That's no surprise. When Wolking pitched against them last time, he went 8 1/3, didn't allow an earned run. That one swung on and missed, strike 3. Out number 1 here in the 5th, and it's strikeout number 4 for Wolking. And something of importance for Nicky, in the last matchup against Greenbrier, and he's continued it tonight, he has not walked a single Greenbrier hitter in those 2 games, not allowing any free passes. As Corbin Mcleod comes to the plate for Greenbrier. Mcleod will take that one for a called strike on the inner half, 0-1 the count. Mcleod catching tonight for Greenbrier. He struck out looking his only time up tonight. So he'll take that one outside, 1-1. And he was probably the closest to a walk in this game. He thought the final pitch of his at-bat was ball 4. He tossed the bat aside, and before he was rung up by the home plate umpire for out number 3. He'll get under that one, lifted up in the infield. Wolking looks like he's under. He'll be called off by Cottle at third base. A nice play by Alden Cottle for the second out of the inning. Now, Nicky has the ability to make that catch, but usually you see the infielders call off their pitcher on that situation. And Wolking, as soon as he heard him, you could see him bolt away and get out of Alden's way. There's 2 outs here in the 5th. Wolking's retired the last 6 hitters he's faced. He's got Dylan Bowen standing in the box for the Knights. Bowen lifts that one high out to shallow left field. Moving in is Hunter Cole. He's under it, and he'll make the catch. It's the third 1-2-3 inning of the game for Nicky Wolking on the mound. He is cruising here in the postseason. We'll head to the home half of inning number 5. The Steamers leading by 4 over the Knights. Is your kid a fan of the Clam? Why not sign him up for the Steamers Kids Club, presented by Weatherly Insurance. Membership is free for all kids ages 12 and under. They receive 4 free tickets, a club t-shirt, a discount to baseball camp, and an invitation to an exclusive meet and greet event with the players. You can visit EdentonSteamers.com and download a registration form today. Hello and welcome back to this broadcast of playoff baseball in the Premier Collegiate League. It's the Edenton Steamers and the Greenbrier Knights. The Steamers have shut the Knights out so far thanks to 5 dominant innings from Nicky Wolking. The offense trying to provide Wolking some more insurance. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 in the Steamers order, with Chase Bruno leading things off for the Steamers and Kellen Davis back on the bump for the Knights. Chase will take that pitch for a called strike, 0-1. For Davis on the mound, he came in to get the final 2 outs of the 4th inning after Chad Andresa gave up a few runs. He was charged with a 4th on a sac fly from Alden Cottle. As Bruno gets under that one, lifts it foul on the right side, 0-2. So Kellen Davis, we'll see how long he can go. He's thrown 15 innings this season over 5 appearances, so no one in the bullpen right now for Greenbrier. They're hoping that he can settle things down. So that off speeds up high on Bruno, 1-2. The Steamers have scored in 3 consecutive innings. They scored 1 in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, and 1 in the 4th. Chase Bruno 0 for 1 tonight. He's reached on a hit by pitch his last time up. So that one's inside, 2-2 the count. Chase struck out in his first at bat back in the 1st inning, and then he was hit by that pitch in the 3rd. Eventually came around to score. That one swung on and missed, strike 3. It's the 2nd strikeout for Chase Bruno and the 1st of the game for Kellen Davis on the mound. That'll bring Tanner Thatch up to the plate for the Steamers. Thatch is 1 for 2 in this game, had an RBI single his last time up. All 4 runs have been driven in by 4 different Steamers tonight, and Thatch is one of those 4. As Davis works from the windup, and Thatch will call for time. The other 3 guys to knock in runs are Jeremiah Boyd, Hunter Cole, and Alden Cottle. Steamers focusing on themselves tonight. A championship game berth on the line, as that one's way outside, 1-0. With the other game in this postseason being played over in Tarboro at this moment, the River Bandits the 1 seed, the Virginia Beach Sea Dogs the 4th seed. If the River Bandits win that game, they will host the championship on Saturday, as Thatch takes that one outside, 2-0. Tarboro currently ahead 5-4 in the top of the 8th. Meanwhile here, the Steamers are the 2 seed, the Knights are the 3 seed. Thatch leaves it down low, 3-0. So I've said it before, but it bears repeating. If Tarboro wins, they'll host the championship game. If they lose, then the winner of this game will host the championship on Saturday night. Davis a long stare in. He's ready. The 3-0. Outside, ball 4. He walks Tanner Thatch on 4 pitches. It's the 2nd time Thatch has reached tonight. And the Steamers have a man aboard with 1 out. And that'll bring Jeremiah Boyd up to the plate for Edenton. The Steamers haven't really missed a beat tonight. This was a game that was scheduled to start at 7 p.m., but thanks to a lightning delay, then a rain delay, and then having to get the tarp off the field, and guys had to warm back up, this game started at 8:26. Despite that, a quick pace to this game, and the Steamers have taken a quick lead. So that one's down in the dirt, 1-0. 5 straight balls from Davis on the mound. Jeremiah Boyd, 1 for 2 in this game. He singled back in the 2nd inning, and in his next at-bat, he grounded into a double play, but he brought a run home, so it was an RBI for Jeremiah. So take that one outside, 2-0. 6 straight balls in the mound from Kellen Davis. Walks haven't been too much of an issue for Greenbrier. Chad Andresa walked just 1 in his outing, and Now it's Davis. He walked Tanner Thatch for his first walk. Trying to avoid giving out another free pass, and Jeremiah Boyd thought he was going to get something good to hit. He'll swing and miss. 2-1 the count. So again, with that late start, we're probably going to see a later finish tonight. It's already 9:45 as we're in the bottom half of the fifth. The 2-1 outside, 3-1 the count. Jeremiah again hit the Knights well this season, 4 for 11, knocked in a few runs, a couple of extra base hits. The man that won the home run derby, he won the Heart and Soul Award, now trying to bring home a team award for the Steamers. Jeremiah will take that one down low, ball 4. Back-to-back walks for Davis on the mound. And the Steamers now have 2 aboard with 1 out. And now the catcher Corbin Mcleod and shortstop Dominic Proctor heading out to chat with Mr. Davis. It's Tate Abbott up at the plate. Abbott's 1 for 2 in this game. He singled and flew out. Got a big opportunity to break this game open with the Steamers already ahead by 4. He's got 2 men on. Davis continues to work from the stretch as Abbott will lift that one out to left center field, shallow left center field. Moving in from left field to make the catch is Hensley for out number 2. That's a big second out for the Knights. With the way their offense has played against Edenton the last couple of times, they've got to keep this within striking distance. No runs and 2 hits tonight for Greenbrier. They've only scored 1 total run in the past 2 games against the Steamers. Jackson Hipp up at the plate now for Edenton. He's 0 for 2 in this game. He'll swing and miss at the first pitch, 0-1. Hips grounded out and struck out in this game. It's his first time facing Kellen Davis tonight. The 0-1 hit will leave it outside. 1-1 the count. Hipp will send that one high out towards left field. Moving back towards the wall is Hensley. He's up against the wall, and he makes the catch for the final out. A long fly out for Jackson Hipp wraps up the 5th inning here in Edenton. The Clams still hold a 4-run lead as we head to the 6th in the PCL postseason semifinal game. Edenton IT has all your repair needs. Another cracked phone screen? They've seen it. Password recovery needed? They've got you. In dire need of family filtering? Well, every family needs that. Call Edenton IT at 252-573-4591 or visit them online at edentonit.com. No one likes to strike out by missing a Zoom call, having slow software, or a broken computer. Call Edenton IT at 252-573-4591 for all your computer service needs or visit them at 203 South Broad Street in downtown Edenton. Hello and welcome back to historic Hicks Field for some playoff baseball. The Steamers are out ahead of the Greenbrier Knights 4-0 in this semifinal matchup in the Premier Collegiate League. Remember, the Steamers are looking for their first postseason win since 2017. So a lot on the line tonight, a chance to advance to their first championship game since 2015. It'll be 9-1-2 in the Knights order due up against Nicky Wolking on the mound. Dominic Proctor leading things off, and he'll take up high 1-0. Nicky Wolking just 57 pitches through his first 5 innings. Has eviscerated the Knights up to this point. Only 2 hits allowed as that one's fouled back, 1-1. The Steamers had a good track record in Wolking starts this season. They went 6-2 in the games that he started. He had a 5-2 record himself, but that included some of the games he came in as a reliever for Edenton. Here's the 1-1. Proctor checked his swing, and they say he went around. They checked down at first, and that's strike 2, 1-2 the count. Wolking just finds another gear against these Knights. He's allowed just 2 hits. He struck out 4. They've only got 1 runner into scoring position. That one's poked away. It was high and up, and Proctor was able to foul it off to stay alive. 1-2 the count. The Steamers' offense has done just enough. They've already doubled their scoring that they put up against the Knights in each of their final 2 games against Greenbrier. They were only able to put up 2 runs in each of those final 2 games. They've got 4 tonight. Wolking's 1-2. In the dirt, stopped by Jeremiah Boyd, and it'll even the count up 2-2. And for those wondering, over in Tarboro, it is still a 5-4 River Bandits lead in the bottom of the 8th. The River Bandits leading the 4-seed Virginia Beach Sea Dogs. The River Bandits, the number 1 seed in the PCL this season. 2-2 the count. Wolking from the windup, the pitch. Inside, 3-2. Wolking's retired 7 straight nights, trying to keep that streak going here against Proctor. Meanwhile, Proctor trying to set the table for the top of the order. Here's the 3-2. Swung on, fouled just past Jeremiah Boyd. Got a bit of the home plate umpire, and the count will remain full. For Proctor, he's 0 for 1 in this game. He flew out his only time up. He's playing over at short for Greenbrier tonight. So we'll do it all over again with the count 3-2. Wolking's ready, the 3-2. Hit high in the air out to left field. Moving back is Hunter Cole. He's under it near the track, and he'll make the catch for out number 1. And we're back to the top of the order for Greenbrier. It's the 3rd time through for the Knights. Quincy Scipio up at the plate. The leadoff man for Greenbrier. He's 1 for 2 in this game. Scipio will chop that one over to short. Chase Bruno sprinting in. He's got it. Throw to first is in time. Another one pitch out for Nicky Wolking, and it's out number 2 here in the 6th. That's exactly what the doctor ordered after a long at bat for Proctor to begin the inning. Wolking started the inning at 57 pitches. He's up to 66 now. After an 8-pitch at bat with Proctor and a 1-pitch at bat with Scipio. He's retired 9 consecutive nights as Max Lucas is up to the plate. The lefty on lefty matchup, and Lucas will swing at the first pitch, loop it over to second. It's a diving catch for Bryce Stevens. Back-to-back 1-pitch outs. Nicky Wolking has had 3 consecutive 1-2-3 innings. He's retired 10 straight nights. We will head to the home half of the 6th here in Edenton with the Steamers ahead by 4. Hello and welcome back to historic Hicks Field for the semifinal round in the PCL postseason. The number 2 Edenton Steamers taking on the number 3 seed Greenbrier Knights. It's been all Steamers so far, 4-0 Clams. So it'll be 7, 8, 9 in the Steamers order. Hunter Cole leading things off. He'll take outside from Kellen Davis, 1-0. Davis has come into the game to try and settle things down. He's thrown a scoreless inning in 2/3 in relief of Chad Andrazik. Cole takes that one down low, 2-0. Got into a bit of trouble in the last inning, walked 2 straight guys, but was able to work around it to keep the deficit at just 4 for Greenbrier as Cole takes that one on the outside corner, 2-1. Hunter Cole's reached twice tonight, building on his success towards the end of the regular season. He's got an RBI single and a walk. And he's now ahead in this count, 3-1. And Hunter Cole draws his 2nd walk of the night. He's aboard for the 3rd time in this game. And the leadoff man is on for Edenton to begin the 6th. Davis Halstead up to the plate now for Edenton with nobody out against Kellen Davis. Halstead will take that one for a called strike, 0-1 the count. Hunter Cole over at first as Davis works from the stretch against Halstead. He's grounded into a fielder's choice and reached on an error tonight. He'll take on the outside corner, 0-2. Again, Halstead doing an impossible job tonight, stepping in for the Giesecke Gold Award winner, Nate Paulson, the team MVP, who suffered an injury in the Steamers' final game of the regular season in Tarboro. Halstead will take outside. They throw back to first. Cole's in safely. Halstead, a lot of familiarity with this field. Played at John A. Holmes High School for the Edenton Aces. Started out in center field. So if there's anyone that can play at Historic Hicks Field in center field, stepping in for Nate Paulson, it is Mr. Davis Halstead. So line that one back through the middle for a base hit. It's the first hit of the game for Davis Halstead. It's the 6th of the night for the Steamers. They've got 2 on with nobody out in the 6th. That'll bring Alden Cottle up to the plate for the Steamers. 2 runners on for the 2nd consecutive inning against Davis. Alden Cottle at the plate. He's the first man to see Davis for the 2nd time. He had a sac fly off of Kellen, his only time up. And he'll line that one into left field. It'll drop for a base hit. And they're going to hold Hunter Cole at third as Hensley got it in quickly from left. It's the 2nd straight single for the Steamers. It's the first hit of the night for Alden Cottle. And the bases are loaded with nobody out. A massive opportunity here for Bryce Stevens. He's 1 for 3 in this game. He's got the bases loaded with nobody out. The corners are in for Greenbrier as Stevens will take up high. 1-0. Over at first base, Dylan Bowen steps into that infield grass, and at third, Luke Waters on the grass as well. The middle infielder's playing for the double play. Davis from the windup, the 1-0. Stevens takes it up high, 2-0 the count. Stevens back into the leadoff spot for Edenton. Again, 1 for 3 in this game, a chance to really break things open. The 2-0. He'll swing and send it out to center field. Scipio moves back, he's under it, he'll make the catch. Tagging from third is Cole, the throw goes to third. And Hunter Cole's in to score. It's a sac fly for Bryce Stevens, and he gets the job done here in the 6th. It's now a 5-0 Steamer lead. The Steamers getting a bunch of timely hits, timely sac flies. It's the 2nd sacrifice fly of the game. Alden Cottle has the other. And that'll bring Chase Bruno up to the plate. He's still got 2 men on. It's the first run of the game allowed by Kellen Davis tonight. His first pitch is outside and a bit low to Bruno, 1-0. One to know the count now to Chase Bruno. He's 0 for 2 on the game with a couple of strikeouts. He has reached when he was hit by a pitch. He'll line that one the other way foul, 1-1. Bruno, the 5th batter that Davis has faced in the inning. The Steamers with 7 hits overall. 2 of them have come in this inning. And the Knights with just 2 hits in the game for them, as that one is outside, 2-1. There was some throwing going on in the Greenbrier bullpen. There's no one over there right now. Not sure what head coach Chuck Slaughter has up his sleeve for the Knights. The 3-seeded Knights won on Tuesday to move to this game as Bruno will swing and miss, 2-2. The Steamers got a first-round bye to play in this game thanks to getting a top 2 seed in the 6-team Premier Collegiate League. Steamers were the second seed while the Tarboro River Bandits held the 1st seed. 2-2 the count to Bruno. He checks his swing on a ball in the dirt that gets away, dribbling towards the Steamers' dugout, but not into it. The runners are able to advance, so now the Steamers have runners at second and third with a full count. And there's official word from Tarboro. The River Bandits have held on to win 5-4. So the PCL championship game will go through Tarboro Municipal Stadium. So now, no matter what, this is the final home game in 2022 for the Steamers, trying to finish it off the right way. The Knights have the infield in. The 3-2 pitch is grounded third base side, foul. And we'll do it again at 3-2. A back-and-forth game in Tarboro between the 1-seeded River Bandits and the 4-seeded Sea Dogs, but now the focus is all here at historic Hicks Field. The Steamers, once again, trying to win their first postseason game in 5 years. The 3-2, Bruno lines it out towards left center field. That's going to get down for a hit. In to score is Halstead. Right behind him is Cottle. And Bruno is out at second base for out number 2. But it's a 2-run single for Chase Bruno. It's now 7-0 Edenton. He's the 6th different Steamer to knock in a run tonight. As Tanner Thatch comes to the plate now for the Steamers. Thatch will take that outside, 1-0. Thatch has reached twice tonight. He's got an RBI single, and he walked his last time up. The 1-0, Tanner will ground that one foul into the Greenbrier dugout. 1-1 the count. So now that all that's left for the Steamers is trying to provide run support for Nicky Wolking. They've done just that tonight. 7 runs across on 8 hits. Meanwhile, Wolking's thrown 6 shutout innings. He's allowed just 2 hits, struck out 4. Only at 67 pitches as well. The 1-1. Thatch lines it foul on the first base line. Right near the Greenbrier Knights bullpen. Down in the right field corner, and the count will move to 1-2. So the Steamers have added 3 more runs here in the 6th. It's the 4th different inning that they've scored in this game. The 1-2. Thatch sends it the other way out to shallow left field. Moving over is Hensley, and he'll make the catch for out number 3. But the Steamers add on 3 in the inning. A sac fly from Bryce Stevens and a 2-run single from Chase Bruno. We'll head to the 7th here in Edenton with the Clams ahead by 7. Who's ready to rock? The first annual Clam Jam is coming up on Saturday, September 24th. will welcome 3 awesome bands to jam out at Historic Hicks Field. Starting at 4 p.m. that afternoon, PB&J will take the stage, followed by the Eric Dunlow Band at 6, and the headlining Daniel Jordan Band at 8 p.m. Advance tickets will be available at EdentonSteamers.com for $15 or can be purchased at the gate that night for $20. Bring your lawn chair and take the field for the rockin' event. Numerous food and beverage options will be available all night. We hope to see you there. Hello and welcome back to Historic Hicks Field for this semifinal game in the Premier Collegiate League playoffs. The Steamers, the 2 seed, out ahead of the 3 seed Greenbrier Knights 7-0 as we're set to begin the 7th inning. Nicky Wolking still on the mound for the Steamers. He has dominated 6 shutout innings, allowed just 2 hits. Going through the meat of the Greenbrier order with 3, 4, and 5 due up here in the 7th. Luke Waters at the plate. He'll ground one over to third. Handled by Alden Cottle. Throw to first is in time for out number 1. That's now 3 straight one-pitch outs for Nicky Wolking, who's up to 68 pitches in the game. He's retired 11 straight nights. He's in some kind of zone right now. And his offense has certainly provided on their side as well. 7 runs on the board for Edenton. Warren Bailey at the plate for the Knights. He's 0 for 2 in this game. And he'll take a pitch. Finally, someone will see more than one pitch against Nicky. That's outside. 1-0 the count. Bailey's flown out and popped out in this game. He'll swing and foul that one away. 1-1 the count. Once again, it bears repeating, Nicky Wolking has dominated the Knights this season, and the only start he had them in the regular season, he threw 8 1/3 innings, got the win that night, allowed 6 hits, didn't allow an earned run, and struck out 5. He's continued that dominance here tonight. 1-1 is grounded over to short. Chase Bruno's got it. His throw to first is in time for out number 2. The Knights had only scored 1 combined run in their last 2 games against Edenton. They still have none tonight. And it's a Greenbrier team that scores runs. They're 3rd in the PCL, averaging 7 runs a game. Now this season they've scored at least 3 runs in every game other than those 2 against the Steamers. As that one will be swung on and missed by Hahn. 0-1 the count. So it's an offense that continued to produce against everybody else, but Nicky Wolking and the Steamers have not allowed it as the 0-1's down low, 1-1 the count. The man at the plate, Bert Hahn, has one of the 2 hits tonight for Greenbrier, has an infield hit back in the 2nd. He's also grounded out, so he's 1 for 2 in this game as Nicky Wolking continues to roll. 1-1 on the inside corner, 1-2 the count. Wolking's ready to go. 1-2 the count to Hahn. The windup, the pitch. Just missed inside. The count will even up 2-2. Nicky started to walk off the mound there. He's pretty confident he placed that one where he wanted. So Hahn's at bat will extend one more pitch. Here comes the 2-2. Outside, 3-2. Nicky's worked into a couple of full counts tonight, but he hasn't walked any nights. And the same went for his last start against Greenbrier when he worked into the 9th inning. He did not walk a single night. So his control's been very good. Here comes the 3-2. And he checks his swing, fouls it away. The count will remain 3-2. Greenbrier has not had a hit since the 3rd inning. They had 1 hit in the 2nd. That came from Hahn. 1 hit in the 3rd. That came from Quincy Scipio. They've got nothing since then. The 3-2. Swung on, popped up, right side. Tate Abbott moving into foul territory, and that's going to drift over the Knights' dugout and out of play. The count will remain full. A long stroll behind the mound for Wolking, trying to work through his 7th inning. He's pitched at least 7 innings twice this season. Trying to make it a 3rd here in this game. The 3-2. Inside ball 4. Bert Hahn works a walk. It's the first walk issued by Wolking tonight. And Hahn has reached for the 2nd time. It's only the 3rd base runner tonight to reach against Nicky. And it breaks a streak of 12 consecutive nights sent down by Wolking as Tristan Hensley will come up to the plate. Wolking back to the stretch for the first time in a while, and that one's fouled back by Hensley, 0-1. Hensley's 0 for 2 in this game. He's popped out and struck out looking. Getting the start out in left field for Greenbrier. So for reference, Wolking's season high in pitches is 97, as that one's up high, 1-1. That actually came in a 7-inning start against the Suffolk Voyagers back in June. Steamers got the win that night. He threw 94 in the game that he went 8 1/3 against Greenbrier. As now they throw over and it gets away from Tate Abbott. Hahn is going to advance into scoring position. So the Knights now have moved a man out to second base for just the 2nd time tonight. And what's been nearly a flawless game from Edenton. That the first blemish. So Wolking still focused on Hensley with 2 outs here in the 7th. The 1-1 outside, 2-1 the count. So Wolking getting the start tonight, and with how deep he's gone into this game, with how deep he may go through the rest of this game, that'll give the Steamers a whole lot of options if they're able to move on to Saturday's championship game. 2-1, that's hit high out towards left field. Moving back is Hunter Cole. He's under it, and he'll make the catch. 7 shutout innings for Nicky Wolking on the mound. It's been a masterful performance. As we head to the home half of the 7th here in Edenton, the Clams ahead by 7. Hello and welcome back to this broadcast of PCL postseason baseball. It's the semifinal round in the Premier Collegiate League with the Edenton Steamers ahead of the Greenbrier Knights 7-0 as we're set to begin the bottom of the 7th. The winner moves on to the championship game Saturday night in Tarboro. Still a few innings left to decide things as Jeremiah Boyd will lead the inning off for Edenton. 4, 5, and 6 in the Steamers' order due up. Boyd will swing and miss at that one, 0-1 the count. Kellen Davis still on the mound for the Knights. He's thrown 2 2/3 of relief, allowed 3 hits, 3 walks, and 3 runs in relief of Chad Andrzejczyk, who went the first 3 1/3. Boyd waits on that one and floats it into center field for a base hit. It's the second hit of the game for Jeremiah Boyd. It's the 3rd time he's reached tonight. That'll bring Tate Abbott up to the plate. Now for Edenton. It's been a very low-stress game so far tonight for the Steamers, ahead by 7 as that one's up high. 1-0. They took the 1-0 lead in the second inning, and they've scored 6 more since. Greenbrier has only had 2 runners get to second base. The Steamers out ahead by 7 as Abbott will ground that one over to second. Could be 2 as Lucas bobbles it again. It's been a rough night over at second base for Max Lucas. He makes another error. And the Steamers have runners at first and second with nobody out. 2 errors for Max Lucas, 3 errors in the game for the Knights. As Tate Abbott comes to the plate now, or pardon me, Jackson Hipp comes to the plate for Edenton. So yes, a reminder, Tarboro won tonight 5-4. That went final about an inning ago, and that means they will host the championship game in the Premier Collegiate League. They'll face the winner of this game tonight. Now, just to offer some perspective from the Steamers side of things, the Steamers went 26-11 this season. 9 of those 11 losses came to Tarboro. The Clams went 4-9 against Tarboro this season as Hipp will foul that one away, 1-1. And it wasn't much better at Tarboro Municipal Stadium. The Steamers went 1-6 in Tarboro. So if they're able to advance to that game, it'll take a different level of energy and a different level of play, but all it'll take is just 1 win in that place, and Steamers could be champions. But there's still some time left in this game as the count's 1-2 to Jackson Hipp. Steamers lost 17-4 in their final game of the regular season in Tarboro. That game they were throwing a lot of position players, with the game unable to affect the seeding, as Hipp will reach out and swing and miss for strike 3. It's the second strikeout of the game for Davis, and it's out number 1 here in the 7th. Hunter Cole up to the plate, continuing to swing a hot bat. He's reached all 3 times tonight. An RBI single back in the second, and he's walked twice since then. Cole takes that one up and in, 1-0 the count. Hunter Cole, starting out in left field for the Steamers, has been on an unbelievable hot streak to end this season. So swing and miss, 1-1. Cole's reached 3 times tonight. He had 3 hits in the last game of the season against Tarboro. So swing and miss at that one, 1-2. And the game before that, he reached all 5 times. So Hunter Cole has reached base at least 3 times in each of the last 3 games. The 1-2 called, strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Kellen Davis. It's the first time they've sent down Hunter Cole tonight. And there's 2 outs here in the 7th. That'll bring Davis Halstead up to the plate now for the Steamers. Halstead 1 for 3 in this game. Trying to add a little bit more for the Steamers offense here in the 7th. He'll swing and miss at the first pitch. 0-1 the count. So once again, Nicky Wolking has thrown 7 shutout innings. He's thrown 83 pitches. He's allowed just 2 hits, walked 1, struck out 4. That one's outside on Halstead, 1-1. So once again for Wolking, he's passed 83 pitches 3 times this season, or 4 times, pardon me. He's thrown, his season high was 97 against the Suffolk Voyagers, 7 innings that night. 1-1 is swung on and missed by Halstead, 1-2. So we'll see if Wolking will go out. There is some throwing going on in the Steamer bullpen, but Nicky could get at least a trot back out there for the 8th. Runners at first and second. It's Jeremiah Boyd down at second. Tate Abbott over at first. The count 1-2 to Davis Halstead. On the outside corner, called strike 3. Kellen Davis strikes out 3 in a row to wrap up the 7th inning. But the Steamers still hold a 7-run lead as we head to the 8th here at Historic Hicks Field. Hello and welcome back to Historic Hicks Field, where we're in the semifinal game in the Premier Collegiate League between the number 2 seed Edenton Steamers and the number 3 seed Greenbrier Knights. Nicky Wolking back on the mound for his 8th inning of work. He'll face 7, 8, 9 in the Greenbrier order, with Corbin Mcleod leading things off. He'll swing at the first pitch and pop it up in the infield. Chase Bruno's under it, and he'll make the catch for out number 1. The Knights continue to swing at the first pitch, as that's now 84 pitches for Wolking and 1 out in the 8th. Remember, Wolking's allowed just 2 hits and he's walked 1. Those are the only 3 base runners to reach 2 of them have reached second. Nobody has reached third for Greenbrier. Dylan Bowen at the plate for the Knights, and he'll swing at the first pitch and foul it straight back, 0-1. The Steamers do have Blake Gibson warming up in the bullpen, but in what is almost guaranteed to be Nicky Wolking's last appearance of the season for the Steamers. He's up around 90 pitches, not going to pitch on Saturday. We'll see if they just let him extend himself a little bit. The 0-1 is swung on and missed, 0-2. Wolking having his best start of the summer here in the playoffs, as the Steamers look for their first postseason win since 2017. They turn to the southpaw from Chowan University. The 0-2 swung on, grounded over to third, backhanded by Alden Cottle. His throw to first is in time for out number 2. Nicky Wolking can do no wrong on the mound as Dominic Proctor comes to the plate for the Knights. Proctor, like many other Knights, is 0 for 2 in this game. He'll let the first pitch come across for a called strike, 0-1. So Wolking up to 87 pitches now in this game. Remember, his season high is 97. The 0-1. Inside on Proctor, 1-1. This is the third time through the Knights' order. After Proctor, they'll be back to the top. And they've got no hits on this time through. The Knights' last hit came in the third inning, as that one's chopped over to third. Alden Cottle's got it. His throw to first is dug out by Tate Abbott in time. 8 shutout innings for Nicky Wolking in the semifinal of the PCL playoffs. A glorious performance for Nicky Wolking. We'll head to the bottom half of the 8th here at historic Hicks Field. The Clams trying to hold on to a 7-0 lead. Hello and welcome back to historic Hicks Field as this PCL semifinal game winds down. Another pitching change for the Greenbrier Knights. The second Andrzejczyk to enter the game. This time it's Kyle Andrzejczyk. Andrzejczyk has pitched 20 1/3 innings this season, a 6.64 ERA. His brother Chad Andrzejczyk started this game with the first 3 1/3, allowed 4 runs on 5 hits. Kyle's the third different pitcher used by Greenbrier tonight. He'll face the 9, 1, and 2 spots in the Steamers' order. It's Alden Cottle leading things off, and he'll float a single into left field. It's the 10th hit of the game for the Steamers, and Cottle's aboard to lead off inning number 8. It's his second hit of the night. That'll bring Bryce Stevens up to the plate for the Steamers with nobody out. The Clams trying to add on to what's already a 7-run lead. Stevens will take inside. That one gets off the glove of McLeod, and Cottle is going to take the extra base. Every run counts here in the postseason, no matter what the score is, no matter what time in the game it is. Again, it's a Greenbrier team that averaged 7 runs a game this season. The only 2 times they scored under 3 runs this season was against the Steamers, in danger of making it a 3rd time in 2022. The 1-0 to Stevens is down low, 2-0 the count. It's been a good night for Bryce. He's 1 for 3 at the plate. He's also got an RBI sac fly. Back in the 3-run 6th inning for the Steamers. Stevens will float that one out towards left center field. Moving over is Hensley from left. He'll make the catch. And he'll drop it on the transfer. So there is 1 out, and that's what the second base umpire signaling. It was on the transfer out of the glove. So there's 1 out here in the 8th. Chase Bruno up to the plate now for the Steamers with 1 out in the 8th. Chase is 1 for 3 in this game, had a 2-run single back in the 6th inning. First pitch, he'll take that one way outside, 1-0. Andrazik working from the stretch. 1-0 the count. Bruno will foul that one back. 1-1. Chase, a staple at the top of this Steamers lineup all season. Hit .338, led the team with 50 hits in 36 games. Broke Joey Wendell's hit streak record in Steamers history. Wendell had a hit in 19 consecutive games. Bruno did it in 21 straight. Trying to cap off a special season for him with a team accolade. He'll line that one past the shortstop Proctor into left field. Hensley will get it in quickly, so Cottle will hold at third. It's the second hit of the night for Chase Bruno. And the Steamers have runners at first and third with 1 out. That'll bring Tanner Thatch up to the plate with 1 out. That one's outside, 1-0 to Tanner Thatch. Thatch is 1 for 3 today with an RBI single. He's also walked. So Tanner playing Thursday night. Came back from UNC Wilmington to play in this weekday game. So 1-0 Thatch, a big swing and a foul ball, 1-1. Knows how much he means to this team, and the team knows how much they want him here. Tanner, one of the most selfless guys you'll meet on the Steamers. 1-1 the count. Runners at the corners against Andrazik. The 1-1. Thatch leaves it outside. 2-1. It's Alden Cottle over at third. He led the inning off with a single. Chase Bruno at first. He singled to bring up Tanner Thatch. The Steamers trying to add on to a 7-0 lead and clinch their spot in the championship game in Tarboro on Saturday night. 2-1 pitch. Thatch fouls it off the other way and out of play. 2-2 the count. Tarboro, the 1 seed, won earlier tonight over the 4 seed Virginia Beach Sea Dogs 5-4 in a back-and-forth game at Tarboro Municipal Stadium. Both games started or were set to start at 7 p.m. That one did, and we were able to see the finish a bit early because this game didn't start till 8:26 thanks to some lightning and some rain in Edenton. So that one's up high on Thatch. Count fills up 3-2. Thatch, just like Davis Halstead, one of 2 guys to just graduate high school and move immediately to the Steamers. He'll swing at the 3-2 and send it high in the air, deep to right field. Moving back is Hahn. It is gone! Tanner Thatch with a 3-run bomb to blow it open. It's a 10-0 Steamers lead. Trying to go into the championship with a bang. It's the 4th run that Thatch has knocked in tonight. And he's got a little gritty action going into the team dugout. About as good of a performance as you could ask for from the Steamers as they're in search of their first postseason win in 5 years. Jeremiah Boyd has reached 3 times in 4 plate appearances tonight. He's up at the plate with his team ahead by 10. That one's outside, 1-0. Boyd with a couple of hits and a walk in this game. He also grounded into a double play that brought home a run for his only RBI tonight. As that one's up and in, 2-0. It's the 3rd inning the Steamers have scored multiple runs in tonight. As Boyd will crush that one down the left field line. Will it stay fair? It is a foul ball. If that ball was fair, it was long gone, and I think Boyd knew it off the swing. He just stood there to watch as the count moves to 2-1. And it looked like for a moment head coach Chuck Slaughter for the Knights had come out of his dugout. He got nearly to that first base line, but he's since retreated back to the dugout. So Boyd stands in. 2-1 the count. Nobody on with 1 out in the 8th. He'll take that one down low. 3-1. Remember, Kyle Andrazik, the 3rd pitcher used tonight by the Knights, and Boyd was taking all the way there. He'll take a called strike. It's 3-2. Three and two the count to Jeremiah Boyd. The pitch outside, ball 4. It's the 4th time that Jeremiah Boyd has reached tonight. It's the 2nd time he's walked in this game. There's a runner over at first for Tate Abbott. Tate Abbott comes to the plate. He's 1 for 4 tonight. Trying to keep the line moving here in what's been an explosive 8th inning. Down in the dirt, that gets away from McLeod, and Jeremiah Boyd will trot on over to second. It's been a rough night for the Greenbrier Knights as their season seems to be about a half inning away from ending. They earned the 3 seed in the PCL, a 12-8 overall record, 8-8 in Premier Collegiate League play. As Abbott will take that inside, 2-0. The Knights won on Tuesday in round one of the postseason, an 11-3 win over the 6-seeded Suffolk Voyagers to get to this point. They used their two best pitchers in that game and didn't have a lot left in the pen after that. As Abbott will take the 2-0 for a called strike on the inside corner, 2-1. And the Steamers took full advantage of what the Knights threw at them on the mound and are ahead by 10. The Steamers, this is now their 12th game with double-digit runs this season. As Abbott swings and misses, 2-2 the count. And 3 of those 12 double-digit scoring games have now come against the Greenbrier Knights. Two and two the count to Tate Abbott. Swung on, he fights it off straight back. The count will remain 2-2. The Steamers have 12 hits tonight compared to the Knights 2. The Knights have made 3 errors to the Steamers 1, and the Steamers hold that 10-run advantage. In a game that started an hour and 26 minutes late thanks to weather. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Andrazik gets Abbott out in front for out number 2. It's his first strikeout of the night. And that'll bring Jackson Hipp up to the plate. Jackson Hipp still looking to reach for the first time tonight. He's 0 for 4 in this game with a couple of strikeouts. Trying to join the hitting party here in a 10-0 game. That one's inside to Hipp, 1-0. Jackson starting out in right field tonight for the Steamers. Hard to imagine anything changes heading into Saturday's championship game. That one's on the outside corner, 1-1. So Hipp might have got the benefit of the doubt on the inside pitch, but certainly doesn't on the outside corner pitch. It's Jeremiah Boyd down at second for Edenton. He reached on a walk. The 1-1. Across for a called strike, 1-2. Steamers have scored 3 in this inning, thanks to a 3-run home run from Tanner Thatch. They scored 3 in the 6th. They've scattered some other runs as Hipp goes reaching and swings and misses at that one for his 3rd strikeout of the night. Back-to-back strikeouts by Andrazik to wrap up the inning, but the Steamers put 3 more on the board thanks to a 3-run bomb from Tanner Thatch. We'll head to the 9th at historic Hicks Field with the Steamers up by 10. Well, fans, summer's here, and you know what that means. Graduation, parties, and cookout season. Bill Gardner's Big's Party Tent is the perfect place to host your next get-together. Schedule a picnic before the game for your next birthday bash, graduation gathering, or business rendezvous. It's the classic choice for family summer fun. Call the office at 482-4080 for more details. Thank you to Bill Gardner and Big's Cadillac Buick GMC for their support of the Steamers and sponsoring our newest addition to historic Hicks Field. Hello and welcome back to this PCL semifinal game. It's the number 2 seed Edenton Steamers taking on the number 3 seed Greenbrier Knights. A spot in the championship game on the line. The night is over for Nicky Wolking in one of his best starts of the season. 8 shutout innings, 2 hits allowed, 1 walk. As Blake Gibson comes into the game to try and finish off the final inning and send the Steamers to the championship game in Tarboro on Saturday. It'll be 1, 2, and 3 in the Knights order due up. Quincy Scipio leading things off, and he'll take that one a bit low, 1-0. The 1-0 is inside on Scipio, 2-0 the count. For Blake Gibson, he was a starter for a majority of the season, but he did make 3 relief appearances for the Steamers. Overall, he threw 41 innings in the regular season. That's second most on the team as Scipio lifts that one high and out of play. 2-1 the count. Gibson with a 4.39 ERA. He was third on the Steamers with 37 strikeouts. Check swing. They say Scipio went. Count will even up 2-2. Some other new additions to the Steamers defense. Case Kermode into the game to catch, and Jared Beebe over at first, taking over for Tate Abbott. The 2-2. Just missed up high. Count will fill up 3-2. That borderline high pitch hasn't been called all night. The count's full to Scipio. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Out number 1 in the 9th, and strikeout number 1 for Blake Gibson. Max Lucas at the plate. He's 0 for 3 tonight. He'll take a called strike in the outside corner, 0-1. As the Knights season is down to its final 2 outs. The Steamers 2 outs away from heading to the championship. That one's hit high in the air by Lucas out to right field. Moving in from center is Davis Halstead. He'll make the catch for out number 2. And Tyler West is out there in right field as well. That's another defensive switch for the Steamers. Two quick outs for Blake Gibson here in the 9th. That one's fouled away, 0-1 the count. Sean Aronson up to the plate with the count 0-1. He'll take a called strike, 0-2 the count. The Knights down to their final strike. Gibson's ready. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Blake Gibson finishes off the 9th inning, and the Steamers are advancing to the 2022 PCL championship game. The Steamers will head to Tarboro Saturday night in a battle with the River Bandits. The roads have led to this moment all season. The top 2 teams in the Premier Collegiate League will get to face off one final time, the 14th and final time this summer, to decide a champion. The Steamers get the job done tonight. It's a 10-0 win over the Greenbrier Knights to knock the 3 seed out of the postseason. For the Steamers, it's their first postseason win since 2017 and their first appearance in a championship game since 2015. And that was the year they won the Pettit Cup in the Coastal Plain League. The Steamers giving one final send-off to their home crowd. If you include tonight, the Steamers went 21-5 here at home. An unbelievable effort in front of the home crowd, the best in the Premier Collegiate League. That's going to wrap it up tonight from historic Hicks Field. The Steamers are heading to the title game after a 10-0 win at home.